करो पूजितम् चैतन्य कृपा भरौ कृपा भरौ भुवि बुब मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanikam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Welcome to Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji Temple. This is our evening program. If you had just arrived, you must have seen the altar close. We just had our evening arti. And the altar is closed because the deities are getting dressed in their night outfits. The altar will open up back again at 8 p.m. in about an hour. And what we've been doing in the meantime is read the Bhagavad Gita. So we'll continue to do that. So please join the discussion, and then the altar will open and we'll have wonderful darshan of Radha Kalachandji in their night outfits. So we'll start with a prayer. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari, Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari, Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana, Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana, Yamuna Tira Vanachari, Tira Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtotra Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. We're continuing with our reading of the Bhagavad Gita as it is. We're on chapter 18 today, and we'll be discussing text 39. So please repeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So again, this is Bhagavad Gita as it is. We are reading chapter 18 titled Conclusion, the Perfection of Renunciation. We are on text 39. So if you have your phones, you can go to vedabase.io, VEDABASE, vedabase.io. And then there you can see Bhagavad Gita. You can click that, and then you can go to chapter 18, and then you can go to text 39. And then you'll see the words that I'm reading. So I'll read the Sanskrit, the translation, and the purport, and then we'll discuss a little bit. Okay. Yadagre chanubandhe cha sukham mohanamatmana nidralasya pramadhottam tattamasam udahritam. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. This is the word for word translation. Yat, that which, agre, in the beginning, cha, also, anubhande, at the end, cha, also, sukham, happiness, mohanam, illusory, atmana, of the self, nidra, sleep, alasya, laziness, pramadha, and illusion, uttham, produced of, tat, that, tamasam, in the mode of ignorance, udahritam, is said to be. This is the translation. And at that happiness, which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from beginning to end, and which arises from sleep, laziness, and illusion, is said to be of the nature of ignorance. Purport. One who takes pleasure in laziness and in sleep is certainly in the mode of darkness, ignorance, and one who has no idea how to act and how not to act is also in the mode of ignorance. There is no happiness either in the beginning or at the end. For the person in the mode of passion, there might be some kind of ephemeral happiness in the beginning and at the end distress. But for the person in the mode of ignorance, there is only distress both in the beginning and at the end. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamsha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Pashyate Deshatarine. So we are here in the 18th chapter of the Gita. Do you know how many chapters are there in the Gita? Any guesses? 18. Yeah, basically the title says it. The title of the chapter is conclusion, right? The perfection of renunciation. But there are 18 chapters in the Gita. We are almost at the fag end of the Gita, and we're going to complete it pretty soon. So how many of you have read the Gita a little bit? Okay, one person. So the entire what we read today could be thought of as the subject matter of the Gita also. Krishna here in this verse is concluding about a specific topic that he is discussing with Arjuna in the 18th chapter. And the topic here that Krishna is discussing in this verse is happiness, right? He says, and that happiness, and he is categorizing a specific kind of happiness in this verse, which is the worst kind of happiness. Really, he's told about the previous two different kinds of happiness that we can have in the previous two verses. So in effect, we could say Arjuna was in this condition in the beginning of the Gita. And this is what's happening in the beginning of the Gita, is that everybody this is assembled in this very, very auspicious place. Do you know what place it is? The battle is going to happen? Yeah, Kurukshetra. This is the biggest battle the world has ever seen, right? Millions and millions of soldiers are assembled on both the sides, and everybody is ready to start the war. And you can see the protagonist of the Gita is Arjuna, right? And he's sitting on a chariot. He's the greatest warrior of his time, or perhaps of any time that the world has ever seen. And Arjuna who has his chariot driver, you know? Arjuna is sitting on his chariot, right? Who is the chariot driver? Krishna. Krishna has agreed to be Arjuna's chariot driver. And what is the relationship between Krishna and Arjuna? You know? Friends. Yeah. Huh? Ati? Saka. Yeah, they're very, very close friends. Very, very intimate friends. They were of the same age. They eat together, play together like that. So they were very close friends, and Krishna agreed to be Arjuna's friend. And Krishna was no ordinary person, right? He's God himself, who was agreeing to be in this position of a chariot driver. And the position of a chariot driver is actually not so easy in a battlefield. Because in a battlefield, if you lose focus, what will happen? You'll die, basically. It's a very fatal environment, right? And the warrior has to keep telling different directions to the chariot driver. So how does it happen in the battlefield? Do you know? How does the warrior give directions to the chariot driver? Any ideas on how the warrior might be able to give directions to the chariot driver? Because he's behind, right? The chariot driver is here, the warrior is behind. And then how does he give? Does he shout, hey, can you take the chariot to the left a little bit? Can you take the chariot to the right? It's not possible. It's a very loud environment too in a battlefield, and you will not be able to hear. So do you know how this message is passed on how to maneuver the chariot? Poke? Yeah, that's a good guess actually. Okay, you could poke. But then if you poke, what you're doing is you're wasting that time in shooting an arrow at somebody else, right? And somebody else could shoot an arrow at you. So what they would do is stomp with their leg. They would press the shoulder of the chariot driver actually, which is very hard. In the world that we live in, we get sad if somebody says something to us, right? Words can be harsh. But then if somebody starts actually slapping you or hitting you, that's worse. But then if somebody actually kicks you, that's considered very low, right? You're getting kicked by somebody. And yet Krishna was ready to be kicked by his own devotee, probably many hundreds of times a day, because it's not going to be very easy maneuvering in the battlefield. And yet Krishna was willing to take up this very, very menial position for his very dear friend Arjuna. So he was there as the chariot driver, and Arjuna is asking Krishna to take him to the center of the battlefield. He's saying, um, Krishna, can you please take me to the center of the battlefield? Because I want to see who I am actually fighting with. This is Arjuna's question. But does Arjuna know who he's fighting with, or doesn't know who he's fighting with? He knows, right? They've been really trying to avoid this for a very long time. He exactly knows every single person who's there on the other side and who he is going to fight with. So why is Arjuna asking this question? Any guesses? He knows who he's fighting with, and yet he is still asking Krishna to go and take him to the center of the battlefield so that he can see who he is fighting with. What could be the reason? Any ideas? Think about the situation that Arjuna is in, right? How many of you will nominate yourself if I ask you today that you have to go on a battlefield to kill your grandfather, to kill your teacher, to kill your friends, to kill your cousins? How many of you are up for it? It's a very difficult situation Arjuna was in, isn't it? In the opposite side, he had his grandfather Bhishma, he had his teacher Dronacharya, he had his friends and cousins and everybody that he knew, that he had grown up with, that he really loved so much. And yet in a battlefield, the eventuality is he might be the person who's actually killing them. Right? It's a very real possibility at that point. So Arjuna was not really sure about whether he should fight the battle or not. This was his dilemma that Arjuna was in. So Arjuna asks Krishna to take him to the center of the battlefield and then gives so many reasons on why he should not fight the battle. This is the first chapter of the Gita. It's setting the scene and then and then telling, giving the different reasons for why Arjuna should not fight the battle. Very nice reasons Arjuna gives. But yet, at the end of it, he himself is not convinced by his own reasons. Arjuna himself is not convinced by his own reasons. And this is a very pivotal point that happens in the Gita, where it says his throat starts drying, he's shivering, he's becoming very weak, Arjuna. He's very sad. And then puts the bow down. And this bow is very significant to Arjuna. You know why? You know what the name of the bow of Arjuna is called? It's called Gandiva. This is a very famous weapon in that time. Arjuna was so close to Gandiva that he said, if anybody says anything about the Gandiva, I'll kill them. That's how powerful it was. That's how attached he was to the bow. And yet he was letting his bow slip. It was a very intense moment for Arjuna. And then he approaches Krishna and says, Karpanya dosho pahata swabhava prachami tvam dharma samuda cheta yat shreyasyan nishitam bruhitanme shishyasteham shadimam tvam prapannam. This is a very pivotal point because the relationship that we said between Arjuna and Krishna was friends, right? But now Arjuna is asking Krishna to take up a different role. He says, Shishyasteham shadimam tvam prapannam. Krishna, please accept me as a student. You please become my teacher, my guru. And I'm surrendering to you. Why? Because I'm thoroughly confused on what I should do. Although I've told you so many different reasons on why I should not fight the battle, I myself am not really convinced by those reasons. Thank you, Mataji. So he's telling Krishna that you please tell me for sure what I should do. But it's a very pointed and specific question which very clearly relates to the verse that we are trying to read today. He's asking two things. This is the entire subject matter of the Gita. You see, in all our scriptures, the subject matter is led by the question that the person asks to the teacher. So Gita is the questions that Arjuna asked to Krishna, right? Then we get the Bhagavad Gita. The questions that was asked by Parikshit Maharaj to Shukadev Goswami is Srimad Bhagavatam. Like that, we have many, many wonderful questions. And the right questions can take us very far on our goal. So the question that Arjuna asked was not just that he was confused, but he says, Prichami tvam dharma samuda cheta. You've heard this word dharma? Do you know what it means? What does dharma mean? About law? Okay. Duty. Yeah. Something about duty. And what should I do now is Arjun's question, right? What is the right thing for me to do? What is my dharma? What is my duty right now? Prichami tvam dharma samuda cheta. And not just that, he's qualifying it by saying, tell me what I should do, but what I should do in a very specific way. He uses this word shreyas. Yat shreyasyan nishitam bruhitan me. Anybody have any idea what this word shreyas means? He's not just saying, tell me, Krishna, what I should do, but he's saying, tell me, Krishna, what I should do, what is my duty, but when doing such a duty, that it brings all good things to me. Right? This is Shreyas. There are two words, Shreyas and Preyas. Right? This is what Krishna has been speaking about in the few verses that we read yesterday, day before, and today. So Preyas means some activity that is very nice in the beginning. When we keep doing that activity, it's very nice. But if we continue doing that activity, in the long run, it actually becomes very difficult for us. Krishna, in fact, goes on to describe this activity as something that which tastes very sweet in the beginning. It tastes like nectar, and yet it turns into poison in the end. This is the activity that's called prayas. Any ideas what these activities could be? Any activity that's in the beginning very nice for us to do. But then if we keep doing it, it only brings us harm. Can you think of anything like that? Smoking, yeah. Overeating probably, right? Smoking, it's probably very nice in the beginning, but then if you keep doing it, you might end up getting cancer, and it's not really good. Alcohol, drugs, so many things like that, right? Same with something as simple as eating. If we start overdoing it, then it result in so many health complications, right? So this is something that's prayas. But what Arjuna is asking here is not prayas. Yet shreyasyan nishitam bruhitan me. Shreyas has the exact opposite quality. The exact opposite quality is something in the beginning, when you do, it's little difficult, right? But then when you keep doing it, it becomes very good for you, very good for us. And this is the quality of an activity that is in the category of shreyas. Any ideas on activities that could be shreyas? That's something difficult in the beginning. In fact, Krishna goes on to describe this as something that tastes like poison in the beginning. It's not very nice, but then becomes nectar in the end when we keep pursuing it, when we keep doing it. That's what he says in text 37. Yeah, exactly. Yes, yes. Very wonderful, actually. This is actually the fourth level Krishna is talking about. So we'll get to that. So at least on the surface level, right? We could say like physical exercise is very hard in the beginning, and then when we keep doing it, then it gives us lots of benefit, right? And something like education, like you said, reading scriptures, right? Something it's very hard to do systematically every day. Give some time, like going to school, right? But if we go and get a good education, we have something valuable to look forward to as a result of that, right? So this is the kind of subject matter that the Gita is speaking about. It just doesn't tell what we should do, but it says the thing that we should do that will actually ultimately benefit us in the long run. This is the question that Arjuna is asking. And this is the subject matter of the Gita. And specifically, Prabhupada says in this purport about, actually Krishna is speaking about a category of people, three categories of people actually. There are three different categories of people who derive three different kinds of happiness. One is the category of people who are looking at Shreyas, who are looking at happiness in the long run, right? They're not looking at short-term thing. They'll put in the hard yards, and then initially it might be difficult, but then in the long run, it gives them real happiness. And then the other category is prayers, where, okay, I want things quick, right? So in the beginning, I'll do things and ephemeral happiness. I get some benefit in the beginning, but then in the long term, it actually gives me distress. But the verse that we read, Krishna is speaking about a third kind of person actually, for whom there is neither happiness in the beginning nor happiness in the end, because the activity, what he is doing, is completely topsy-turvy, exactly the opposite of what is beneficial for us. So neither does this person get happiness in the beginning, nor does this person get happiness in the end. And the reason for that is Prabhupada saying, one who has no idea how to act and how not to act is in the mode of ignorance. This is the third kind of person that Krishna is speaking about. And this is the entire subject matter of the Gita, right? Arjuna is saying, Krishna, I don't want to fight the battle. Let me just go to the forest and be. I don't want the kingdom. And Krishna is saying, no, 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 you should act. You should do your duty. You cannot renounce. So this is the question that kicks off in the third chapter of the Gita. Is Arjuna is confused. Krishna is speaking so many things about in the second chapter, and Arjuna is asking Krishna, initially I really wanted to quit and not fight the battle. You said, no, I have to fight. This is my duty. I have to do it. I'm a warrior. I'm a kshatriya. I should not run away from the battle. I have to fight the battle. This is your duty. And yet, in the end of the second chapter, Krishna says, use your intelligence and fight. This is the Dham. He talks about something called the Buddhi Yoga, the intelligence. So Arjuna is again confused, saying, okay, initially I really wanted to do that. I didn't want to fight. Just wanted to go be and probably sit and meditate or something like that. Use my intelligence. And yet you said I have to keep fighting. And now you're saying use my intelligence. So at the beginning of third chapter, Arjuna asked this question. You please tell me what I should do clearly. Should I act or should I renounce? And this is the question that Arjuna is asking, which is very valuable for all of us, right? We'll see why. So before even we get there, what is the problem that Arjuna is seeing by acting? We haven't gone through the reasons that Arjuna has said on why he should not fight, right? When he fights, he's actually acting. He's performing some action. What is the problem that you can see if we perform any action? Yeah, and the popular name for it is? Huh? Karma, right? Have you heard of this word karma, all of you? Karma is something that's very apparently simple, but it's a very complicated thing. In the sense, any action that we do has a consequence. The consequence can be good, the consequence can be bad, depending on the nature of the action that we're performing. So Arjuna's problem was that if I fight in this battle, I'm going to kill people, and killing is sinful. So I'm going to get the reactions of me killing so many people, right? So like that, it's just not good, bad activities, but even good activities. Say I give some money in charity to somebody who's needy, right? Then we get back the good results of such an action. So we keep getting good and bad and good and bad. Okay, so what is the problem with karma itself? I won't do anything bad. I'll keep doing things that are good. What is the problem, even if that's the case? How does it bind us? What is binding? How does it bind us? Yeah, 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 yeah. I'll elaborate on the shackles. The shackles are basically the problems that we have, right? And every single one of us, irrespective of who we are, Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or the poorest homeless person under the bridge there, has four problems, or even every living entity. So what to speak of human beings? Every living entity in this world has four problems that are common, right? You might have a different set of problems. I might have a different set of problems. But all of us in general have four problems that are common. Does anybody know what these four common problems that all of us are, that Krishna says in the Gita? That is one, but in general, for some it might not be there, for some, right? This is, Krishna says, Janma, Mrityu, Jara, Vyadi, Dukkha, Dosha, Anudarshanam. All of us have these four problems that are very miserable for us. Birth, old age, disease, death. Birth, old age, disease, death. Birth, old age, disease, death. We're constantly in this cycle. We're born, we get old, we get diseases in the middle, and then we die. And then we're born again, right? And how are we born again? It's based on the actions that we do, right? The body that we get is not by coincidence that this God is such a cruel person that by the roll of a dice, somehow he decides, oh, this child born here should have a hearing loss. This person born there should not have a leg. It's not like that. This person has to be in a rich family. So it's not just by any coincidence that these things are happening. All of us perform actions, and there is a consequence for all of our actions, and things start building up, and at some point when we die, we take birth again. So you spoke about the golden shackles, right? So even if I do incredible number of pious activities, really nice things, so I'll get a nice body. I might be in the heavenly kingdoms even, or even here I might be a rich person with so much facilities, and yet none of them can avoid old age, disease, and death. It's something that's constantly following us. And the problem with birth itself is that it puts us not just in the misery of old age, disease, and death. In this world that we live in, all of us are constantly happy. Yeah? No. None of us are constantly happy. We all go through three kinds of miseries, Krishna says in the Gita. In general, when we are miserable, who causes the misery, you know? What are the causes of misery? Especially now, Texas is going to be very hot. Summer has started. Right? We get misery because of nature itself, right? Really hot weather, and we had like thunderstorms, and we get tornadoes, earthquakes, like that. We get miseries due to nature, right? Who else do we get miseries due to? Think about the times when you were miserable or sad. Other people, exactly. Other living entities, not just people. People are the main cause probably. But then you have mosquitoes or ants or so many living entities that give trouble to us. This is another kind of misery that all of us have to go through. And then what is the other kind of misery? How else do we become sad or miserable? What other cause could be there? Our own selves, right? Our own mind and body gives so much problem to us. So this is the big problem with acting, is that when we act, we accumulate what we call karma, and because of karma, we are born again, and then because of that, we act again, and then it binds us again, and then therefore we go through old age, disease, death, and then we go through miseries due to nature, miseries due to other people, miseries due to ourselves also. And yet, all of us in this world think we can be happy. This is the irony. This is the irony. And this is fundamentally because of a wrong idea of who we are. This was Arjuna's problem, right? Arjuna was thinking, oh, this is my grandfather, this is my teacher, this is my friend, this is my cousin, and I will be killing them. You know what Krishna's first instruction to Arjuna was? Arjuna, you speak like a very learned person, but what you speak makes no sense. This is basically what Krishna is telling Arjuna. So far, Krishna is smiling nicely because he's a close friend. Somebody is in very miserable situation. When a close friend comes and speaks to you, you are pacifying them. It's okay, things are going to be fine. But then Arjuna is asking him to take the position of a teacher. So now he has to teach. So at that point, he says, you've completely misunderstood what their identity is. The identity of them who you're speaking is not the grandfather or the teacher or the friend or the cousin. But the real identity of all of us is that we are spirit souls, Krishna says, excluding him. He's the super soul, he's the Paramatma. But everybody else in this world, our actual identity is that of the Atma, the spirit soul within the body. And yet, all of us think, I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm an Indian, an American, I'm a lawyer, I'm an engineer, I'm a doctor. And we have so many designations that we stick to ourselves, right? And this entire world, we start functioning based on those designations. So any activity that we do in this world, we do for the reason that Krishna is saying here, is so that we want to be happy, right? Or else why will we perform any activity? But the problem with our understanding is that we think we are these bodies. So naturally, making this body happy will make me happy, right? That's the kind of logic in which we start traveling. Because of our fundamental misunderstanding, we think we are these bodies. And this body, to make this body happy, what do we do? Basically, the body is a combination of 5 senses, right? And everything that we do is satisfy these senses. We think if I satisfy the senses, I'll be really happy. If I eat something nice, if I see something nice, if I hear something nice, if I speak something nice, if I touch something nice, right? All we're trying to do is satisfy the senses. And yet, none of us are happy, right? Now, how many of you can say that you've seen somebody who is always happy? Okay. And how many of you want to be always happy? I want to be always happy. You don't want to be always happy? You can be. Giving you a hint at how it can happen. But this is our need, right? Everything that we do, we strive to do so that we can always be happy. And yet, in our lived experience, we've never seen anybody who's always happy, right? How many of you here want to live forever and never die? Everything that we do is so that we protect ourselves from dying, right? That's the notion with which we work in this world. And yet, how many of you have seen somebody who has never died? No, I've never seen it. Most people have never seen it, or nobody has ever seen it. Because the nature of this world is that when somebody is born, they have to die, right? So we have never seen anybody be always happy. We have never seen anybody live forever. And yet, we have a strong sense to always be happy and never die and live forever. So where is this coming from? It should come from somewhere, right? If our actual identity is that of this body is temporary, it doesn't live forever. We know that the body can decay, right? When the person leaves, the body decays. And the body is not definitely a source of eternal happiness. The old age will teach us very quickly that this is not going to give us lots of happiness. And yet we have this intense desire within us. So this is coming from our actual self. This is actually the quality of the Atma. The quality of the Atma or the spirit soul is that it is Sat, Chit and Ananda. It is eternal, it is full of knowledge, full of consciousness, and it is ever blissful. What has happened is this spirit soul that is eternal, full of knowledge, and full of bliss has started identifying itself with something that's exactly the opposite of it, which is temporary, full of ignorance. This is dead matter. Matter is dead, right? It has no knowledge, no consciousness, and full of misery. Asat, Achit, Nirananda. How many of you have gone to a movie theater? All of us have done it, right? So if you've gone especially to your favorite hero's movie or heroine's movie, and then you go sit in the theater, the lights are off, the person is acting, and then you're overjoyed when something wonderful happens to that person on the screen. And then you're sad when something not so nice happens to the person on the screen. And at the end of the movie, the lights turn on. And then you've not really copped punches on your face that the hero has copped, and yet you felt the emotion of the person, right? You've not really earned $1 million that the hero earned. You're still here. But you're really happy when that happened to the protagonist in the movie, right? So what was happening? Why is it that we felt so much for the person on the screen? Does anybody know why? Yeah, we identify with the character on the screen. This is the entire idea of movie making. If the majority of the audience can actually identify with the character on the screen, then you've succeeded. You can actually go through the emotions of the character. This is exactly what we are doing. Our actual identity is that of the spirit soul, but we have identified ourselves with these bodies that are temporary. We have nothing to do with man, woman, Indian, American. These are all very temporary designations that are born out of this body. And yet, we've identified ourselves so much with this body that we think, I can be happy only by satisfying this body. But Krishna says, we have bad news. If we start actually satisfying the senses of our body, then we will only end up in misery, he says. So we have a conundrum. So when we act, we have to accumulate karma, and then therefore you have to take these bodies again and again. The flip side of it is, can you not act? How many of you think we can stop acting in this world? Okay. How many of you think we definitely have to act in this world? What about the rest of you? It's a 50-50 question. Actually, Krishna says you cannot stop acting in this world. Because by nature, the quality of the spirit soul is to be active. We cannot suppress it. We can try, but Krishna says you're a hypocrite if you try to do it. So we have a very clear problem in our hands, right? That if we act, we accumulate what we call karma. And if we not act, you can actually not do it. So you have to act. So what is the proper way to act in this world? Is a question that Arjuna is asking, right? That should I act or should I renounce? You cannot renounce, Krishna says. And you have to act, Krishna says. So actually Krishna's answer is what, You have to act and also renounce at the same time. And this is Krishna's prescription to Arjuna. That all of us in this world have to act. All of us have different responsibilities. We are sons or parents, or we are so many different duties that all of us have, too many responsibilities that all of us have. So when we act in that capacity, what do we act for is for the fruits of the action, right? We get something. I go and work 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week, and at the end of 2 weeks, I get a paycheck. Right? This is the fruits of my action. And then the problem with us enjoying the fruits of this action for ourselves is that it puts us in this binding shackle. Sometimes a golden shackle, sometimes it's a silver, sometimes a bronze shackle, but ultimately it's a shackle nevertheless because of all the things that we discussed, right? So what Krishna is saying is everything in this world belongs to him, right? Did we bring anything when we came to this world? Nothing. We can do something very quick to just see how just this karma is so binding. Any of you can volunteer to say what you had for lunch? What did you have for lunch? Rice. Rice, dal? Dal rice. Okay, let's just say rice and dal, right? What does it take to prepare rice and dal? You need rice and dal. Where do you get rice and dal? Where do you get it? Ultimately, but before supermarket, you go to the supermarket gets it from the field. So you just don't get rice and dal just like that. So you have to plow the field, make the space, sow the seeds, water it, and then fertilize it, and make sure the crops and these are not destroyed, grains are not destroyed, and ultimately harvest it. And so much activity is going on. Just get a bag of grain and a bag of rice or a bag of dal, right? So much killing might be happening. So many animals and insects and so many living entities are being disturbed by just doing this. And now we have a bag of rice and we have a bag of dal. Can it directly come to the supermarket? What is needed? Transportation. You need something to take it from the farm to the supermarket, right? For transportation, we need roads. For that, we go and frack the earth and drill the earth, and we get asphalt, or we need concrete, or we need vehicles, and we need gas to fill the vehicles. We need metal to build the vehicles. So much activity, so much violence going on to get the food from the farm to the supermarket. Okay, it's there in the supermarket. We are there in the supermarket. Can we just get it? What do we need? Money. Exactly. You can't just go and steal it. You need to pay for what we're buying. And for us to get the money, you have to go and work. Think about the things that are being done for us to go and work and get our paycheck. And then we get this rice and dal, and then we sit, and then we eat thinking, oh, I made it. Right? This is the mentality that we have. The air was not brought by us. The soil we did not bring it. The seeds we did not bring it. The water that we did not bring it. The sun and the moon, which is most important for growing crops, we did not bring it. So many people were involved in getting all of this to our plate, and this is just rice and dal in the plate. One meal, and so much karma is being accumulated just by having rice and dal. It's actually a good food. We're not even going and killing animals and getting meat, which is even more horrible, right? This is just grains. This is just fruits. And yet, just to have this, so much of activity is happening. And we have to face the consequences of all these activities because we are participating in it. We cannot just absolve ourselves of all of this, right? So, the right way to act, Narad Muni says, is Sarvo Padi Vinirmuktam Tat Paratvena Nirmalam Rishikena Rishikesha Sevanam Bhakti Ruchyate. And this is our entire philosophy of bhakti or devotional service. This is what Krishna says. Ultimately, in the end, he's speaking about so many different kinds of yoga systems. And the last thing that Krishna says to Arjuna is, Sarva dharman paridyajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tva sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami masucha. As he says, you just surrender to me, Arjuna. I've told you about so many things that you have to do, but ultimately what will help you is just you surrender to me. Why we should surrender to Krishna is because all of us have an identity that we spoke of, right? We are all spirit souls, Atma. But that's just not our identity. Our identity is that we're not just spirit souls, but we are the servants of the Lord. Every single one of us have a unique relationship with the Lord. Now you can see these wonderful paintings all around this temple. Okay, in one way, these are different pastimes that have happened. But the main thing that this is depicting is all the different kinds of relationships that we can actually have with the Lord. All of us can have a conjugal relationship with the Lord. All of us can have a relationship of friendship with the Lord, like Arjuna and Krishna had. All of us can have a relationship of maternal and paternal affection towards the Lord, like Mother Yashoda or Nanda Maharaj had. All of us can have a relationship of servitude with the Lord. In so many different ways, we can have a relationship with the Lord. And this relationship is already there. We've just forgotten this relationship that we have with the Lord. And we are in this movie thinking I am this body and acting on this platform and thinking satisfying the body will actually give me satisfaction. No. This is what yoga is, right? What does yoga mean, you know? Union. Exactly. Yoga essentially means union. What is the union between? This is the union between the spirit soul, which is the Atma, and the super soul, which is the Paramatma. And this union happens in loving devotional service. The essence of this union is basically loving relationships. And all of us have this, we've just forgotten it. So the entire process for us to be happy, which is like the fourth level that you spoke about, is to actually be in connect with the Lord, who is the reservoir of all happiness. Everything here, none of these things here can make us happy because it has the exact opposite nature of who we are. It is temporary, it's miserable. But the Lord is eternal, and the Lord is the reservoir of all pleasure. And when we are in connection with the Lord in this loving relationship, that is what will ultimately give us happiness. So the entire process of yoga is to redevelop this relationship that we've forgotten with the Lord. And Narada Muni says the best way to do it is sarvo padi vinirmuktam tat paratvena nirmalam rishikena rishikesha sevanam bhakti ruchate. Now Krishna has this name, Rishikesh. Does anybody know what the word means? Yes, he's the master of all senses. Isha means controller, master. Rishika means senses. Rishikesh means he's the master of all senses. So we have this body. We have to act. We cannot not act. But there is a wonderful way to act. Rishikena, Rishikesha, Sevanam. We can use our senses in serving the master of the senses. This is the proper way to actually act. When we are acting in such capacity, Narada Muni says two things starts to happen. Sarva upadi vinirmuktam and tat paratvena nirmalam. We start losing all our upadis. Upadis means designations, right? All of us have that designations that we spoke of. That I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm an Indian, and I'm American. These designations slowly start fading away, and our senses actually starts getting purified. And we start understanding who we actually are. Oh, I'm actually not this body. I'm actually the spirit soul. It's in the body. Oh, I have this relationship with my Lord, and this is how I have to act. So we get this clarity. So we have said we have to engage our senses in satisfying the master of the senses for us to actually be happy. Right? If we start engaging the senses for our own selves, which we think we are the body, we are not going to be happy. So how do we engage the senses in serving the master of the senses? The process of bhakti is not a process of negation. We don't say don't eat, don't sleep. This is not what Krishna is saying in the Gita. He's saying there is a proper way to do it. So we can eat the dal rice. We don't have to be terrified of it for the karma that we get, but we recognize where all of this is coming from. So we take the dal and the rice and make a nice plate first for Krishna. Krishna, thank you so much for providing this to me. You please have it first. And Krishna is so amazing that he'll have it and yet the food will remain. Not a morsel will go away. So we don't have to really worry about it. But yet something incredible starts happening. This food that was literally bags and bags of karma starts getting transformed. This becomes spiritual. Now it's sanctified completely of all the things that were not good for us. When we start recognizing that this is the owner of everything. And this is what the Ishopanishad says. Isha vasyam idam sarvam yat kinchit jagatyam jagat. Kena tyaktena bunjita magrita kasya svijana. Isha vasyam idam sarvam. This entire world belongs to the controller, Krishna. So one who recognizes actually takes what is his own quota and then doesn't go for others' quota. This greed is not there. So anyway, so we can offer this, right? So this is one way that for the discussion that we were saying. And among all the senses, which is the most difficult to control, you know? We have the eyes, the nose, the tongue, the ears, and the skin, right? Like the touch, seeing, smelling like that, which is the most difficult thing to control, you know? Yeah, the tongue. Tongue. It's very, very difficult. But yet, if you can control the tongue, you can actually control all the senses. And what do we do with our tongue? We eat, definitely. What else do we do? Speak, right? We eat and speak. So just by doing two things properly, we can actually start getting very fixed in our life. So when eating, we said make some nice prashadam. It's perfectly fine, but offer it to Krishna first, and then eat that as prashadam. Prashadam is literally the mercy of the Lord, right? Then it transforms. We are literally eating Krishna. Hmm? That's a philosophical thing, but it transforms us. It transforms our senses. And the other thing is we speak, but instead of speaking on so many different things, we can speak on Krishna. And the best way to speak on Krishna is to chant his holy names. The Padma Purana says, Abhinnatvam Nama Naminau, which means the name and the named are non-different. For example, I have this water here. Thank you for the prop. But say I need the water, and I say I'm thirsty. Say water, 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 water. Will my thirst be quenched? No. Why? Because the name water is different from the substance water, right? Everything in this world is like that. The name is different from the substance. But for Krishna, the name is the same as Krishna. Abhinnatvam Nama Naminam. There is no difference between name and Krishna. When we say Krishna, Krishna is personally present in the name. It's him. There is no difference. It's not like he's present, it's him itself. It's a little difficult for us to understand. But it's exactly him. When I say Krishna, Krishna is there in the name. It's himself. So we can use our tongue to chant the names of Krishna, which is basically the dharma. Again, coming back to the topic, is the dharma for our age. For different times that we live in, there are different duties for us to perform. One is our material duty, as different roles that we play in this world as fathers and sons and employees in a company. We have different duties. But all of us as spirit souls, which is our actual identity, also have an eternal duty. And this eternal duty is called what? Sanatana Dharma. Right? Sanatana means eternal. Dharma means our duty. All of us also have an eternal duty to perform as spirit souls. And the actual dharma for the age of Kali Yuga is to chant the holy names of the Lord. Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nama eva kevalam, kalau nastyeva, nastyeva, nastyeva gatiranyata. There is no other way. Is there any other way? No, there is no other way. Is there any other way? Sorry, there is absolutely no other way than chanting the names of the Lord. That is the only thing that will actually deliver us in this age of Kali. So by using our tongue and chanting this Maha Mantra, as we call it, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 10 minutes a day, 15 minutes a day. Try it out. And try to offer prashadam, anything that you eat. Krishna says, Patram, Pushpam, Phalam, Toyam, Yome Bhaktya Prayachati, Tadaham Bhakti Uparhatam, Ashnami Prayatatmana. That he really doesn't need anything, because the very definition of Krishna is he's Atmarama, completely self-satisfied. And yet, that's why the morsel is still there. He really doesn't need the grain. But what he is looking for is in our love, our bhakti. He says, I'll eat anything that you give with love. Patram, you can just give a leaf. Pushpam, flower, phalam, fruit, toyam, water, even water. Krishna is not really a very demanding God, very, very low maintenance, so to speak, like that. But you can give him that, and then he'll happily take it, and then give it back in a transformed way. In that way, our lives transforms when we eat that prashadam and we say the names of God. We can actually rediscover who we are. Oh, I'm not this body actually. I'm actually the spirit soul within the body. And this is my relationship with the Lord. This is my Lord, which is actually the perfection of life. That we establish this selfless, loving relationship with the Lord and serve Him in that capacity. So this is the entire process, and this is how we can actually be happy. Right? Instead of becoming the third category of people, where anything that we do is in the beginning distress, causing us distress, and also in the end is causing us distress. There is nothing that is giving us happiness. But ultimately, this is what will give us happiness. Serving Rishikesha, using all our senses, is the only thing that will actually give us happiness. So I would highly encourage you to try it out. Take this as a, 30-day challenge, 90-day challenge that they have with this now. Try to offer as much prashadam as possible and honor it. And chant the names of the Lord daily for 10-15 minutes. Because when we're taking care of the body, we're taking care of the cage. Right? So you have a parrot, and then you have a cage, a golden cage. And yet, you're nicely polishing the cage, and then dusting it, taking good care of it, coming and seeing it every day, but you don't feed the parrot. And what happens? The parrot becomes very weak and it dies eventually. So this is our condition also. The spirit soul is there within all of us, and yet we absolutely don't uh, completely neglect it. We try to keep this body nice and shiny and do so many things for it. So we should give some food for the soul, like they say, right? Which is basically only thing that can we give is it has to be spiritual. That's the nature of the soul. So you give it spiritual food, which is prashadam. You give the spiritual names of the Lord, and then the soul becomes active, happy again. And this is Krishna's prescription. So you have to act, but you have to renounce. By renouncing, we recognize that everything belongs to Krishna. We're not shying away from our duties. We have to act. Arjuna was fighting the battle, and yet he was doing it for Krishna. And this is Sharanagati. This is what Krishna is mentioning. So we can do that by offering prashadam and chanting the holy names of the Lord. Very simple process. And then all of us can perfect our lives. So we'll stop here. Is there any questions or comments? The altar will open in a few minutes now. Any thoughts? Complaints? How many of you are visiting us for the first time? Oh, Hare Krishna. Welcome to Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji Temple. Where are you visiting us from? Where in Dallas? Which place in Dallas? You're in Dallas? Oh, Wiley, Irving. Wiley. Wiley, right? That's not. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Very wonderful. So we're very grateful for you to come and visit Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji Temple. Krishna says, Aham Bija Prajapita. I'm the father of everybody. And our temple, this is our home, coming back to our father's home. So welcome to your home. And please make this your home. And please keep visiting us. And let us know how we can serve you in any capacity. We have so many activities that are happening around the DFW area, and we can get you connected with similar programs happen on the weekends. And then the big program in the temple is the Sunday feast, which is every Sundays at 5:15 we have a program where we speak on the Gita. Then the Aarti happens to Radha Kalachandji at 6:30, and 7 o'clock everybody has a free vegetarian feast. So we'll talk to you more about it. And for visiting us for the first time, we'd like to offer you a copy of the Gita as a token of gratitude for visiting our temple. Thank you very much. And for those of you who are visiting again, welcome back to your home. Thank you so much for visiting us again. And please let us know how we can serve you if we are not connected already. And if you'd love to be connected to the different programs happening all around the DFW area, we can walk around after this and then get your contacts and get you connected with it. And please come and participate. This is your home, and please make it your home. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Like a newsletter, so to speak. Yeah. So what we will do is we do have a newsletter. I don't know. Yeah, we do have radhakalachandji.org. That's our website, radhakalachandji.org. I can get your contact also. Where do you live in the Dallas? Hmm? Louisville. Louisville. Little Elm close by? Yeah. So we do have programs in Little Elm on a weekend. So we can connect you with that. That way you're also connected and you get more information from the temple like that. And of course you can come to the temple on a Sunday evening, and then the website should give you more information on how to do this. Okay. Thank you all so much. Hare Krishna.
रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरचरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनीलोक प्राणयकारुण्य घनघनत्यम् भक्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवश्य वन्दे गुरचरणारविन्दम्। भजहुरे मना श्रीनन्दनन्दना अभय चरणारविन्दारे भजहुरे मना श्रीनन्दनन्दना अभय चरणारविन्दारे दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे तरह भव सिंधुरे दुर्लभ मानव दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे तरह भव सिंधुरे भजहुरे मन श्रीनन्दनन्दन अभय चरणारविन्दारे भजहुरे हे धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन इथे की अच्छे परती तीरे हे धन यौवन हे धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन इथे की अच्छे परती तीरे कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल भज हरिपद नीति रे कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल भज हरिपद नीति रे भजहुरे मन श्रीनन्दनन्दन अभय चरणारविन्दारे दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे तरह भव सिंधुरे सीतया तप बात परीक्षण ए दिन जामिनी जागिरे सीतया तप बात परी ए दिन जामिनी जागी विफल से बिनो कृपण दुरजन चपल सुखल लागिरे विफल से बिनो कृपण दुरजन चपल विफल से बिनो कृपण दुरजन चपल सुखल बलागिरे धन যৌবন পুত্র পরিজন ইথে কি আছে পরতি তীরে এ ধন যৌবন जीवन टलमल कमल जलदल जीवन टलमल भज हरिपद नीति रे सबन कीर्तन सबन मातन सबन कीर्तन स्मरण पाद सेवन वीरे पाद आत्मनिवेदन पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दासय अभिलाष रे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दासय अभिलाष रे भजहु रे मन श्री नंद नंदन अभय चरणार बिंद रे भजहु रे मन भजहु रे मन श्री नंद नंदन अभय चरणार बिंद रे भजहु रे दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे दुर्लभ मानव दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे दुर्लभ मानव तर हरि भव सिंधु रे तर हरि भव सिंधु रे दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे दुर्लभ दुर्लभ मानव जन्म सत्संगे तारा है भव सिंधु रे धन যৌবন पुत्र परिजन इथे किया छे पर प्रीति रे धन जीवन टलमल कमल जलदल जीवन भज हरिपद नीति रे भज हरिपद नीति रे भजहु रे मन श्री नंद नंदन अभय चरणार बिंद रे भजहु रे मन भजहु रे मन